When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the... And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had written, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
Does Buku, like, get this and this? I'm like, I don't know, Bailey, play the fucking game. Is this boss strong? I don't fucking know, Bailey. Play the game.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Oh, that's evil.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Okay, I really don't want to press triangle. Give me one moment. Let me check something. Man, live streams, aren't they great? Especially when nobody shows up. I mean, those are the best live streams, I tell you what. You just get to sit there and talk to yourself and seem like a crazy person. It's so fun. send that over. And going and sending this over as well. And that's it. Alright, I'm back.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown,
And
fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
There's no TV. Oh, there it is.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press X to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Okay.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls.
Hey,
And
what's
down
up?
another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived
I
it
really enjoyed this
again,
game,
and
by
then
the way.
again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
You mean my mannequin wife?
But there is no answer.
Oh.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer.
I'm
That
trying
as
to get
long as
all
he
the
remains
endings,
here,
but there's a
he's
lot of
slowly
them.
killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Big funny. I'm going to do it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once
All right,
more
no
to
problem.
convey all this to him. I'm
See you later.
compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Oh, I'm back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It says one person's still watching me. Whoever's watching me, send a message, please, so I can at least see who's watching.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Oh, it's very dark. All right.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Wait a minute. The rail keeps going. What happens if I just don't get off? Okay. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother trying to read that.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Give me one moment. I'll be right back.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see, it's the jump circle? Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it.
Hello.
In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore."
Wait,
what
do they
quality
actually?
assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Make sure to
It's my fault,
share,
Stanley.
comment,
I built
and
up
like.
too much anticipation around the new content, I'm
Comment.
afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Yeah, I've had
What do
two
you
people
say, friend?
show up to watch so far. You and Pumas. By the way, this is the Stanley Parable. I don't know if you've seen anything on it before, but I'm enjoying it.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Hey, that's rude. Wow, call me a dork. You know what? I'm gonna go back and look at it. Call me dork.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, so cool. Such great new content. Have you seen this game before, Furious? Or is this the first time you're seeing it?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Wow.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched?
Remember,
Back then, video
not doing
games had
that.
integrity. Back then, it all
Not
meant
on
something.
stream, no
Oh, the
sir.
waste.
Oh, that's the original Steam launch. That's funny. No, sir. The British Academy for Films and Television Arts awarded to Stanley Parable. The Last of Us. They covered up The Last of Us with that. It's funny. Don't play for 5 years. Yeah, I'm not getting that achievement. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Apparently not going to get that one either. Huh. The funny thing is these are actual, like, newspapers and stuff. Oh, I can't sit on the bench? Let's...
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. Yes. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now...
No, sir.
It's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I noticed that there were 2 people in here for a second and then someone left. Oh, game development. Interesting. There's a happy face up there. Can I get up there? No. Okay.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
And this guy talks.
It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Carpet textures. Yes. All of the carpet textures. What is this? Wow. Okay, it's not my fault. Okay. Actually, yeah. Technically it is. I mean, I am the one who bought. Okay. Shut up.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games.
Quit laughing at me.
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Up your... Never mind. I'm not gonna go there. Oh, hey, here's... Oh. It's all blurred out. Never mind.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Yes.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Now.
These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto.
Shut up, narrator. Oh my lord.
Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and get... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips.
To skip you
Okay,
again.
welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Good.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Oh, good.
Oh,
He just
hello.
keeps rambling.
It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
Shut up. What? Am I not supposed to be skipping him? Should I let him go through dialogue and just sit there for hours on hours listening? What is that beeping? Oh, it's a fire alarm. Okay.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain
So
us.
should I just let him
wasn't
talk?
enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demand. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart
Is there
the
something
words that they
else
are
I should be
speaking into the
doing?
world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because
Okay,
it
but
was
the whole
said,
reason the
because it
skip
was
button
spoken,
is there is because he
now
won't
it
shut
simply
up.
has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so?
I really
Yes.
want to do it.
Yes, it seems that this is now...
He really does talk way too much.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is
Is
never
never
the
the
end,
end, is never the end.
is never the end,
Yes.
is never the end, 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 is never the end,
Hey,
is never the end.
it's not fair, Furious. It's not fair. I enjoy playing PlayStation, okay? Just because you're an Xbox fanboy does not mean that PlayStation's necessarily bad. I'm not even gonna... Oh, you guys are gonna start fighting over that now. I guarantee it. Oh no. The button's broken. Hi. Is there anything else here? Or is it just gone? No, I'm doing alright. Just playing games, relaxing. This is the skip button end. Oh. So is it over? Or is there going to be another skip that happens? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess that was it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Are there any other, like, endings that I should go for that you guys know of? Like certain steps I should take to get there? Then the game scares the... New content. Wait, there's a bucket ending?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
You're just watching to see if you want to buy the game. I mean, the game is fun. I'm enjoying it. The narrator does talk a whole lot in this game, so if you don't enjoy just listening to the narrator, probably not the game for you.
You see, Stanley,
But
I've been reflecting
if
on
you
the Stanley parable
can accept the
and
fact that
about
he
how
talks a lot,
roundly
then
disappointing this
I'd buy it.
ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that
Okay.
legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh no, is this one of those... Oh no.
Yes,
This is one of those
isn't
references
this
towards
far superior to a
gaming
measly
companies
port with
making
a
a
few
second
minor
one.
additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel, an entirely new experience built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have
New
truly
mode.
been asking for.
Yo, it's the sequel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is making the joke
Calling it the
towards,
Stanley
like,
Parable
gaming
2
companies
is just
making
so much
a
catchier
second
than
game that's
Ultra
worse than
Deluxe,
the
don't
first
you
one.
think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Are
It's
you playing this game
future-oriented.
for the first
It
time?
screams progress and innovation and
Voice sound
long-term franchising potential.
This is the first time I've played it, and I'm pretty sure that this is the Stanley Parable one, just, like, upgraded. Because the first one came out in, like, 2013. So... like the first version of the game. But then they re-released it this year. The game. Oh, okay. Like everything in the old version or everything in the new version? Because there's two different versions. First one came out in 2011 as a Half-Life 2 mod. Okay. 41 major endings. Yeah, something like that. I've known everything in
Now, to be
the
clear,
2013
I haven't
version.
quite nailed down what exactly the
okay.
Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. I mean, I can't lie, a lot of those games were actually really good. There's no one here. Why is there... Okay, I'm not even going to question it.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh. Oh no. He locked me in here. Hear your name in the game. Hold on.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the... Sorry,
it's not my
I should
name.
have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this
Not
feature.
Jim, though.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am
If
Slim
so,
Jim.
then please step forward. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
No.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy.
Jim.
Sometimes a person
Jim.
can be
Jim.
too much
Jim.
Jim. I'm putting the Jim button
Jim.
away.
Jim.
Otherwise, soon
No.
you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
No! I liked being Jim. Oh. I can't press those buttons. How dare he take
I
away
suppose
being
I could
Jim.
allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Go to what? Infinity Hole? I'll get there. Oh, I guess I'll go there right now, since it's on the way over here anyway.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new
this isn't
version,
the Infinity
office
Hole.
could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I'm gonna make a bad joke. What are you doing, Stepnies?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Aw. The game chose for me. You know what? I'm done here.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
The narrator's kind of an ass. Whole entrance, infinity. Okay, if I do this,
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is,
if
in
I do
fact,
this, will this
a
end the
hole
game?
that you can fall down forever.
Like
That's
end
right.
this part
Infinite
of the playthrough.
falling. You
Does that
can
make sense?
fall until
Is
the
this an
end
ending?
of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Because there was other stuff back there, and I don't want to do this and then end up missing that stuff and having to come all the way back to it. Is this a possible ending? Too late? Oh, so I just gotta go for it then. Okay. Here we go.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I
Is this going to be like a repeating
now
loop
then,
where it just
since
keeps
you've gotten
looping
to
back
see
on
the
itself?
infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Okay, but what if I
Maybe do it on
don't?
the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
Right, since I'm in a dark spot in the game,
well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
is the brightness
From
okay?
one perspective, the infinite
Like, am I missing
is merely
something
philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
from it being so dark?
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
Yo,
I'm a liar and cheat,
that's
and you're
messed
so
up.
clever.
I don't think
Look,
we should
I think the issue
be
here
doing
is
that.
just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some
Meeting
things
at
we
2
didn't
p.m.
mean.
Oh,
Why
I'm
don't
gonna
we just
be
put
late for my
all this
meeting.
behind us and agree to just call the hole
I don't
mostly
think I'm gonna make it out
infinite?
of here.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Is there anything that happens if I just stand here and don't go up to the top? Because I know that if you stand inside the closet for long enough, he's like, "Oh, I guess you must be dead." Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
What if I do it again? What if I jump in the hole again?
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, no, no,
If you
no.
keep jumping
You
in
have
the
a
same
weird
hole
sort of-
infinitely,
Oh.
doesn't that make it
Did the hole
an
seem
infinite
even
hole?
shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
I'm sure you have, but I haven't.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing.
I'm pretty
What's
sure that
going
that'll
on
happen
here?
too, but I was just
Stanley,
checking.
I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the
I'm sure,
hole's
like,
length.
eventually it just
Yeah,
won't be there
let's
anymore.
try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Buffering.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Oh, I can't get out,
You
though.
just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
I can't teleport
You
out.
sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll
Wait,
get
don't
more
leave me
time
here.
with it than you could ever have asked for.
Wait,
it's
no.
a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take
I
care,
don't-
Stanley.
No, I
hope
don't want to
you
be
and the
stuck in
hole
here.
Have a wonderful rest of it.
It's. I could literally jump out of it if I could jump. I did. I did use all of my jumping rights. Did I mess up? Was I not supposed to use all those jumps? But it seemed like I could only jump when I was in that circle. Narrator? Narrator, something's happening. Come back. Please, come back. The hole's getting deeper. Uh-oh. Oh no. And he just left, so I'm just stuck here now. But you love the hole. I mean, yeah, but it's getting deeper. Oh. Oh. If this was VR, I would probably lose it. It's making music. I really hope that they haven't copyrighted any of this music. Oh no.
My head's stronger. Now you're.
Oh no. Am I standing or am I falling? I don't know what is going on anymore.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
No!
Oh, good, you're
I
awake.
was...
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting
Oh,
away
I
into
was
creature.
dreaming.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
No, the
And I'm
hole.
looking forward to
No!
Stay alert, Stanley.
Why would
I'll
you
be
do
back.
this to me?
Toodle-pip.
What? I'm gonna fall asleep again, aren't I? Yep. Oh. What happened? Wait, really?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
It just restarted me back from... Okay. Yes! Bucket! I see the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley
Yes,
Parable
it's never the
Reassurance Bucket.
The end is never the end,
You
is never
see,
the end, is
Stanley,
never the end.
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket,
This bucket
the
room
many
is not fun.
disorienting
Can I-
contradictions of the Stanley
can't leave.
Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle
you have
embrace of
unlocked the
jarring
bucket.
cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Wait a minute,
And to
isn't
be
there a
honest,
spot
it's
where
a
it
much
says
more
no
convenient
buckets beyond this
solution for
point?
me than actually redesigning
So if
the
you
game
take
to
the
be less
bucket
uncomfortable.
beyond
Can you
that
imagine what
point,
a pain in the
I'm
ass
sure
that
something
would be?
happens, right?
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket.
Can you feel it? The
Yes,
glow
the
of
bucket.
comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Yes, I'm very
The
attractive
benefits
now.
of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
You hear that? He thinks that I'm more attractive. Furious, if you're watching, don't you dare say anything.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh, he changed it. He changed it from infinite hole to mostly infinite hole. What is this? The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game, jump, circle, most... The baby's all grown up. Ooh, merch. Can I wonder what he would do if he went back to the hole. I can find out. Just gotta walk over there with my very attractive looking bucket. Apparently nothing. The hole is blocked off. Probably for good reason, because my dumbass probably would have fallen into it again. Free, new, plus easy trophy. Get it here. Yes, I'm going for the trophy. With the bucket. Get yours now. Pull the lever, receive your new trophy. No more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I will get that trophy, no matter how many times it takes me pulling this lever. I was promised a trophy. Give me the trophy. See, it only has one light on. Is there something I have to do? Oh. I was able to click the computer. Wait, I was able to click the computer. What did that do? What? Okay, there has to be something about this. Huh. You know, I'll come back to it later.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Free trophies, scam. Whoa.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle
Oh,
the
I'm sure there
intrinsic
will
joy
be a
of watching
reward.
a number go up.
No,
You
that's how this
simply
game
collect
works.
all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yup. There's definitely going to be something that happens.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
What's this? Oh, the jump circle. I have
You know
0
what?
jumps.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yes.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
No, I want more jumps. Oh, wanted more jumps. Let's see. We already did the button. We already did the mostly infinite hole, the jump circle, the trophy, collectibles, infinite hole. What else is there? Free trophy, button, merch. Setting world champion. Try the mostly infinite hole. Yeah, I was just over there a minute ago. The door's locked. Like the door. Here, I'll show you. See, door's closed. Can't get back in. And these walls are so bright. You see? Can't get in there. Yep. Oh. Please tell me I can... No, I can't. I think I've done everything over here, haven't I? Or am I missing something still? It's time to exit. Yeah, I figured, but the way back is closed. So I don't know. We've already gone over here. We've already done the your name thing. Is it back? Hold on. Nope, it's still gone. Well, if worse comes to worse, I can just reset and see where it takes me. Oh, up here. I don't think I've been this way yet. Okay, I can't go in there apparently. I think that's it. Begin the game again. But what'll happen to my bucket? Alright, for those of you who are watching me right now, should I just reset the game and see what happens? Or should I keep trying to figure out what to do over here? You'll have it later? Oh, okay. Exit the... Oh, hold on. The place. Yeah. About that. This is where I came in, and it is blocked by a gate, so... Am I missing something here? Yeah, because the bucket, I've already been there. Go to the map. Oh, okay. Map's right here. E for exit. Okay, I'm here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I was about to reset, so
All right.
I'm glad that you
Have you seen
told me
everything
that.
you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Thank you for showing me that. I would have just completely reset and just missed all of this. New mug, but blue. Nice.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all
This
of the
looks
new
like a
features?
big hole.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
That is
There's
one
definitely a
big
good game in there somewhere. Say,
box.
let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
New bugs are cool. I agree. I really like
Okay.
it.
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This
Just
isn't
leave
a
it the same
coherent video game at
as
all.
it
It's a lot of
was.
gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create
If your
a sequel
game works,
that would capture all the
don't
magic
change
of
it.
the first game. I wanted fans to love
It's
it.
simple.
No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait,
Yes.
maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Yes.
Would it
And
possibly
make
work?
people pay a
I
full
suppose it
$60
could,
for
but
it.
it would need a really, really tremendous title
Oh, sorry,
screen.
that's what
a title
AAA games
screen
do.
that says
Sorry,
with
my bad.
bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I guess that's it. I guess now it's all incorporated into the game. Oh. Uh-oh. Interesting. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
This is the
Protect the
story
escape.
of a man named Stanley.
Is it any different?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
I
he
think
had simply
they're
missed
all
a memo.
sick or hurt or something. I mean, that is all the balloons that he chose to put up. What? How much is the game
No
in
matter
your
how
country?
hard Stanley looked,
Um,
he couldn't find
it's
a trace of
$25?
his co-workers.
Yeah, it's about $25. Oh, it's... Oh no, I can't get across. The bucket. It's $2
Stanley
in
picked
here.
up the bucket.
Where are you from? Yeah, it's $25 in America. Or on PlayStation, it is $25. I don't know how much it is on Steam.
Stanley
but...
clutched the bucket
okay.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Enter the door. I'm gonna go this way.
This was not the correct way to the
Your
meeting
economy
room,
sucks.
but Stanley had felt the
Yeah.
bucket calling to him,
Or your
telling him
economy
that the
sucks.
employee lounge was
Not
simply the
mine.
place
I
to
mean,
be.
ours does too, but I read it wrong. My bad.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I have a bucket now.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Yes.
Go to the cargo lift.
Yes.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign.
Yes, I
right
knew there
It
was something
says,
about it.
No buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Warning, do not
So
stand
much
on
of
this.
the impact of the story
I'm standing
is
on this side of the
dependent
fence.
on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Bucket.
Step in here for a moment.
Ooh. I want to go through the door with the bucket. Okay. This.
Now then, I'm
This
going
is
to
a
run
bucket.
you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know
Oh.
about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I'm on a game show.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Wait. What? I got that right?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is
What?
a bucket.
No, it's not. Wait. No.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? No, you don't get to do that.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence.
This
Now I'm somewhat
is a
adrift.
bucket.
Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No. No. He took
What
my
happened?
bucket.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear?
Oh.
Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes.
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
But I am a bucket.
I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything.
Can you get my bucket back?
All of the buckets.
Yes.
Okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
I mean, it turned you almost insane. Yes, my mind is not a bucket. I'm actually really glad that you're sticking around. A lot of people usually stop in for a second and then just leave.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I stream here about
Stanley
once
lifted
a week,
the bucket into his arms,
hopefully,
and a
if I get
wave
the
of
time.
comfort rushed over him.
You know, I feel like one of these times I'm going to walk past this window and there's going to be something here.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What? Actually, you found a bug, but you left it? I did? Wait, what? Hello. Okay. My chat is broken. That's nice.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
There was a bug? Oh. What game are you playing? This is the Stanley Parable. It just recently came out on PlayStation, and it's actually pretty interesting.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
Well...
Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
But here's the thing. In the previous little section that I did, it said that everything...
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Pro Brawl Stars. Do I know you on PlayStation by any chance?
You know what?
Like,
I could take
if
the
I do, can you
name-calling
put
and the
your-
dismissal of your kinship with the... But
Or
now,
just say
the
yes,
broom
you don't have to
closet
put
is
your
just giving us
PlayStation
the
name or anything.
silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay. So anyway, like I was saying before he interrupted me, the previous little section that I did, it pretty much stated that everything is a bucket. So this broom closet wanting the bucket because it's a bucket and it belongs in the broom closet. Technically, the broom closet is a bucket. I know, I just blew everybody's mind. But it makes sense if everything is a bucket. And if you missed the previous part, you probably think I'm talking gibberish to you right now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I have a bucket now, so if I go downstairs... I'm doing it. I'm gonna be an insane guy with a bucket. Wait a minute. Why did I hear... Ooh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines.
been
Remember, no reward for collecting all of
streaming
these.
for the past
Only
hour.
the
Yeah, I have.
intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I
Downstairs
implore you to
is the
savor
most
each
boring
and
part.
every moment you come across one of these
Yes.
beautiful figurines.
I have a feeling that now that I have the bucket, there's gonna be something
But
different
Stanley
that
just
happens
couldn't
here.
do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Oh, I really
He might
hope
be
this
fired
isn't
for that.
the same.
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am
Did
crazy.
you play this game?
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I
think he
crazy?
has.
He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me.
It
in
is different
difficult
now.
times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Oh, no.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Oh,
This is all
no.
terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from
What?
this. Who knows
No, my
what
bucket!
sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically
My
grounding
bucket.
presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone
Where's my
truly
bucket?
mad. Where is
Where's
it?
my
I must
bucket?
find it.
My bucket,
Far off
my
in
bucket,
the distance
my
now,
bucket.
he heard it, calling to him. Stanley!
Bucket.
Stanley, it's
I'm coming.
me, the bucket.
Oh no!
Could it truly
Which
be?
one is my
He rushed
bucket?
forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Where's my sticker?
me, Stanley.
Where's my bucket?
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then
I need to find my bucket.
He froze
My
dead in his
bucket.
tracks.
Whoa.
He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
I
It was
am the
incredibly
bucket.
Painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
I died, didn't I?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose,
The
got
Bucket
dressed, picked up her
Adventures.
bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead
He
on the
lost his
sidewalk.
bucket.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
My
Perhaps he
bucket.
didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
He died
Of
because he
course,
has no
she had
bucket.
no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Wait, what? She had a bucket and I didn't. She stole my bucket. She stole my bucket. That I should be pretty messed up to think about. Sorry, I turned on my heater, so if you hear a little bit of wind, it's because of my heater. I can't really control that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Wow. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. I'm going to the meeting room today. But I'm taking my bucket with me.
The chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Awaiting input. Is there any more input that I can... No. Okay. And computer seems they survived World War II. Yeah, these are really old looking computers. This is still... I don't understand that. Hey, there's a balloon here. I hate Mondays. Yeah, me too. Mondays are kinda... eh.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes. Oh, that's really bright. Okay. This door doesn't have a number. How can we find them? Mission status. Inside the sequel exhibit, a large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. The red and blue door. Gotta remember that one. Near a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. The bathroom. Red room?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas,
What's this game about?
no stickers.
It's pretty much like, I don't know if you've ever read the books, but they're like choose your own adventure books. Need to go. Okay, you have a good night. If you like watching the streams, go ahead and hit that follow button or subscribe. Okay. But pretty much you choose what happens in this game.
Coming Going to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, you have a good night too. Oh, you're talking. Okay, sorry. I thought you were leaving too. Yeah.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs?
Mini-stands.
What about
Stanlerines.
Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Let's see. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Okay. Man, gotta love the noises in this game. Oh! This door opens now. No! Not the panda! No! Okay, I've never been this way before. This is all new to me. Alright. Elevator music is not the best. Wait, the narrator's whispering. I'm just really hoping nothing in this game is copyright. Wait. Wait. Is this entire thing just... No way. No way. The elevator's literally just there for... Okay. Okay, big funny. Haha.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Ah. I was
Stanley
hoping to
just
get
sat
back.
around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Fine.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, spooky. Oh, hey, look.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me sit on it.
Yeah,
I'm sure it
there's
will
other
come to
people
me.
who've played this game. I know one person who's played it is Jacksepticeye. Oh gosh, I can't see. What is going on? Oh, there we go. I've seen some people play the game, but not a lot of people are actually like covering the full
The elevator raced
game
downward,
itself.
plummeting
They're playing
towards
parts
an
of it,
unknown
posting
fate.
videos, and leaving
It would be
entire
all
parts of the
Stanley
game
could
out.
do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Oh, there's another person playing at the same part as me right now?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, huh. My bad. I was supposed to be doing something. I was distracted.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the
That
bucket
guy
in
was
shock.
fired. That guy was
Everyone
fired.
in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
And that guy was fired. So it looks like 3 people have been fired. Don't worry, Bucket, I got you. You're alright. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you, I promise.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had
No.
the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
No,
What
the
kinds
bucket
of
is
things
safe.
Does
The
a
bucket's
bucket
with
want
me.
to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in
Don't worry,
Stanley's
Bucket.
feeble
Don't listen to
mind.
what he's saying. You're with me, okay? Don't worry, Bucket.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Yes. I don't even trust the narrator. Bucket's the only one that I care for.
But
Bucket's
here
my
was the
friend.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. 2 best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Okay, where's 4? I got 1, 2, 3. What? How do I get up there? I know. I don't want to go in there yet. I feel like there's something about this room that's just not right. Big button. Something in this room just doesn't seem right. Where does this cord lead? It leads to this computer. Okay, well, I'm thoroughly confused, so I'm just gonna keep going. Okay. System power.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horror. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal
the
genius
bucket
in his
is
hands,
Big Brain.
the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Birds. Oh, hey, look at that. I'm back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Womp.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Yes.
So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to
No.
quit. Any of these points
You
and
don't
so many,
tell
many
me
more,
to quit.
all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
You think this has anything on me?
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons.
That's
He
mean.
pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this
Why does he
parable
turn so
and
mean?
lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Hey, Brawl Stars, are you still there? Or did you hop off to go look at something else? Who all's still in here? I wonder how long he's gonna do this before he just gives up. I've been streaming for almost 2 hours now. Not bad. Okay, he's just not gonna give up with this, is he? Sounds like it's on a loop. No. He's messing up. Is that it? Narrator? Are you done? So now I just sit here in the void, doing nothing. Interesting. I see that somebody's watching me, but I don't know who it is. I'm just trying to figure out what's going to happen here, if anything. Well, it's nice seeing a couple people come in and watch the stream. Usually I only get like 1 or 2 people. Let's see. Okay. Alright, well, I guess that I'm just gonna... Whoa. Interesting. And I'm back.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Oh, I get it. Every time I restart, I'm going to have to put another input in there. And eventually it will fill up. Got it. So I'm sure that that's probably be a branch off the story.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yes, very insightful. Now, does anything happen if I just stay here?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yes, it has been very thrilling. Probably one of the best
adventures. Where
adventures.
the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Maybe. Maybe. There is always the possibility.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Yes, of course. Makes sense. Is that it? Okay, for the one person who's watching me currently, are there any games that you would like to see me stream at any point? If so, just let me know and I will look into it. I am currently playing on PlayStation, so any kind of PlayStation 4 game will work.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need
wait,
you to do.
Wait, no.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
How do we
It
get
should
over
have
there?
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him,
hole.
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Wait, but if there's a hole over there... What? How do I get over there?
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking
big
bucket.
funny.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there
I'm
is.
doing alright. I've been streaming for a little bit, so I'm just relaxing, playing the game.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is...
You're not
yes.
funny.
Let's dive deeper.
It makes sense.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice,
Never
"I'm
listen to
Dunny
this. This is
with
wrong.
the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. Didn't seem very funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally,
No, it's
it's
not.
time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at
If
random.
somebody did this to me,
And
I'd
that's all there
probably
is.
smack.
With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed.
Wait, why is that
and
one's
may
leg a
Earth
human leg
reign
now? Wait.
supreme. Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals
Where
of
did the
proper
eight-legged
comedic
freaks
timing
come
are
from?
still as relevant today as they were back then. So, with that in mind, I believe the only
Are
way
we in a
forward is for us to
post-apocalyptic world or
return to the
something?
two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
I don't wanna.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Oh. Oh. Apparently I can't get through. Interesting. Kind of confused as to what I'm supposed to be doing here. Hello.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to.
What is your favorite song or food?
I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors.
As far as songs go, I like pretty much
mistake.
anything.
I've made a fool of myself.
But as far as food goes, I'd have to say either a nice steak
I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling
just some regular old combination pizza.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm guessing you like playing video games?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Hello, welcome in.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
And as for his favorite snack, he likes... No, you quit that. You quit that right now, Furious. What have I told you? Bad Furious.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
You keep leaving and rejoining, Furious. I've noticed that. Like, you were here earlier, and then you left, and now you're back.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Yeah. You think you're being sneaky, but I know when you're running off.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Fine.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket.
So, even though this looks like the end, this is not actually the end.
I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what
Yes,
will
I
make
know.
the
You
king
see
of
the
holiday
credits
films.
rolling,
More
and you're like, oh, it
instructional
must be the end of
videos.
the game. But no, this is just one of many endings. The end is never the end, is never the end. See?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
The end of the game is never the end. That's what... Oh, furious. You disappoint me sometimes. Why am I allowed to click on this one? But nothing happens.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Who joined?
The bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bro, whoever joined and has the name Gay, you got me dead right now. Because Furious just said ooh, and you show up.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I refuse.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten
Hey,
all of the
I only
Figler
have
and
one
Marines.
left.
Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense
Kids
that we
can't
used to
take-
have none of them.
buckets
and
can't
now
talk, shut up.
we have them all.
Okay.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay, thank you, narrator. Now shut up. Okay, gotta very carefully come back over here, go through a vent. I wonder where this will take me. Oh, hello? Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time
Furious.
I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it,
They can
it's
like and
always
subscribe
the same
when they want to.
feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Oh no.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
I've been walking around with the bucket for an hour in game.
Golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What's Gambarata? Hold on, wait, what? I'm scared. Same. That's the face I'm making right now. Whatever that was, I don't want to meet it. I don't even want to know. I hear a phone.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Oh. Wait a minute. Hold up. Something's not right. Okay. Apparently we have a ton of boxes coming.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna go this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Looks like the two people watching me.
Oh, good,
Wait,
Stanley. I'm glad you
the
found
bucket,
your way
that's-
here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Just really bad with directions.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
Too bad, it's
Don't
my
you want
bucket.
another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
No. I want my bucket. Okay, I'll get out of the broom closet now. Hey, look! I got out of the closet! funny joke. Wait, there's a picture. Boy? Where? Where? Where's the picture of me?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh, no. Oh, how dare you. I don't want to follow the line.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all
Hey,
about.
turn the music back on.
All those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No, no, no. You're not taking my bucket. Bucket stays with me. Don't
you get it,
dare.
We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No! It's a monster.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Where's the
Go
power
ahead
cord?
now,
I
Stanley.
gotta turn it off.
Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No, I don't want to do it.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
No, I refuse to give
sure,
it.
I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
No,
Okay,
no.
the Bucket
Let me out.
Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to
I'm
the
not
classic
giving my
Stanley
bucket.
Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn
this is
bucket.
my bucket.
Quickly
This
now.
is my
The fans
bucket.
are waiting.
You
Do
can't
it,
have
the
my
fans,
bucket.
Stanley, give the fans what they want. Hurry
No.
and...
Am I dead?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Goodbye, Destroyer. I get to keep my bucket. Hello to the new person who just joined us. Don't worry about the chat. It's getting a little weird.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meet. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
If if I go on the door to the left, then it's gonna take me to the... Okay. Boy, what? Well, what did I do? Trust the completionist instinct. Somewhere both red and blue.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The
And
bucket
forever.
would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this
Can
point,
you guys
Stanley was so
not
absorbed in the
spam
tender
the comment
spiritual
section with
connection he shared with the bucket
please?
that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the
Oh,
bucket
God.
did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Two 2845. Okay.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Right. 2845. Gotcha. I'm seeing what happens if I just stand here.
2845.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Wait, really?
And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Okay. Well, I guess there's nothing more here. I was really hoping something else would happen here, but I guess I was wrong. Hmm. Okay. Well. Oh. Let's see. It's really dark. Okay. How are you? I'm fine. If you're talking to Furious, I'm sure he's fine too. Okay, then.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Wonder what happens if I go
Wait,
back up.
Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
The bucket said nothing, which means there's something there. Hello, welcome in.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Maybe. I'm so glad that my chat is just full of oohs.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
I'm gonna do it.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
You can use ats to
Here we go,
let the
said
person
Stanley.
know who you're talking
This
to.
time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Still bucket. Yes. Still bucket. The bucket seems to be a little bit of an ass right now, though. He doesn't understand
Stanley
my
and the bucket
obsession
were
with
so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
What's your favorite game? Currently, either this or Elden Ring.
Stanley and the
But
bucket
Elden
walked
Ring
straight
is
ahead through the
also
large
kind
door
of
that
annoying me
read,
a little bit.
Mind Control Facility.
I want to see if anything happens if I go back up.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
I knew there was something to do with
he
this.
advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
It's 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
4273. 4273. That's a secret code, I guarantee it. 4273. Give me one moment, guys. 4273. Okay. Alright, back to it.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Brings a tear to my eye. Just kidding. All right. Oh. Hey,
All of
bucket.
his co-workers were gone. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark
Furious
room
left.
over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up.
Furious left the chat. Oh, he's still here, but it says he's not. Interesting.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It
You're
doesn't
lying.
do anything else.
He's my friend. He's my bucket.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket
you're
has
on
to
the
say.
bed.
Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket,
You
this
know
would
me
be
so
less
well.
confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No,
I
it's
need
my
it.
bucket.
Give it to me now.
No.
Give it or I'll...
No. Furious, you were being spoken to. With this chat full of oohs that I'm going to have to delete. I really need a mod who does this. But I gotta find somebody trustworthy enough. being gay. Please stop spamming the ooh-oos in chat. Thank you. Now, here in just a couple minutes, I'm going to have to go and grab my pizza, which means I'll be AFK for about 2 to 5 minutes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
But
Stanley decided
I'll
to go
let
to
you
the
know
meeting room.
when I
Perhaps he
have
had
to go
simply
do that.
missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Nor my bucket. There it is. I want my bucket, but should I go on without him?
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yes, the boss, of course.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay. It's been almost 3 hours, and the child downstairs is
Stanley and the
starting to get
bucket walked
fussy.
straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I
At
refuse.
this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
The end is never the end is never the end. My ankles.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
My bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerful, alluring, that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, despite it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control the bucket. The bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. That's a hole. Wait a minute. Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
There is?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as...
No. I will not allow this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the bucket this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay. I will be right back in just a couple minutes. You are free to stay and wait, or you can just come back in about 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. Realistically speaking.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Oh wow, hello. Someone is actually still here.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly
Alright, so
picky.
who's
I'll
here
just
at
be
the
waiting
moment?
for when you're ready
Is
to pick
this
up
Max?
the story again.
Okay, it is Max. Hello. Welcome in. Sorry about that, it's dinner time for me, so... I am playing, but I'm also doing a little bit of eating.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes, to the boss's office. Do you have a PlayStation account, Max? Because if so, I got no problem playing some games with you. If you've got the same games as me. Alright, it's no problem. I wonder if anything will happen inside this elevator. Yes, the narrator actually sings in the elevator. It's fun. Trying to figure out if anything actually happens in this elevator. Alright. I don't think anything actually happens in here. Okay. I've already done the branches that come off of this room, so... Hello, welcome in.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would be...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
and entered the door on
that
his
was
left.
different.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, I didn't.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Hello.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No, sir.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be
Yes.
honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Of course.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here, and I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't help that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything
Everything
a bucket?
is a bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything is a bucket.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself.
If you hear me
That's all I
I'm
need.
sorry.
If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. No, I'm not going to take it with me this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why do I hear, like, fire or something? It's weird.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yes, of course.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
They refuse to take your door. Okay, fine. Is this what you wanted? Darkness.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel... No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Good.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
No. What, you don't want to go back here?
Good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Now I
No.
go back.
What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
No? You want me to go back down and go into that room? I'll do it. I'll go back. Okay, I'll go back. Yes.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Oh, wow. It's beautiful, isn't it? This is very interesting. Well, he's not even trying to stop me anymore. I guess that's it. Yes or no? Three, two, okay.
No! Oh. Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Oh, what?
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Okay. Should I go to the staircase again? Or just stand here? Yes, to which one? Staircase? If it's staircase, put a 1. If it's stay here, put a 2. Okay. Going back to the staircase then.
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you? No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yes.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me? I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
And if I just quit moving, what happens? My character is actually moving pretty slow. This is it.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Yeah, my character was walking real slow. I knew it was the end. That's alright. So how much of this game have you seen, Max?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
What?
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Don't worry, I see it too. It's a little weird. Oh, hello. The memory zone. There's a memory missing here.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 of 6. Yes.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-stand? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised.
I did it less than an hour
After
ago.
all,
So.
Science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I mean...
Let's see.
I
What
guess.
came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
That did not happen. I'll tell you that right now. That did not happen.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh. This reminds me of the cheesy 80s songs. Yes, it literally reminds me of a cheesy 80s song. I'm just waiting for the yeah.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Okay then.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine.
Yes, of
right
course.
here by the red and blue doors.
I
This
completely
memory is
forgot
the
about
most
it.
distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
Yes,
Except
of
for the
course.
other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Can I have that TV back? That TV was fun.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
That seems like it's gonna end badly.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
I wonder what happens if I just... Oh, it won't let me. Never mind. Let me jump off.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
That's because it was the boss's office that we picked that up in, not the pink room.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Ah, there's nothing in the boss's office because it was the pink room. Interesting.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurine. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want... Oh, yes, the two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with, well, came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
A story of a man named Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
That would be because they're all gone.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, trying to but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
mind control facility.
Yes, of course.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
241. Where's 247? 245, 246, 247. There it is. It's just a bunch of suitcases. Or not suitcases,
Was the
cabinets.
bucket
There it
under
is.
the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends.
Well, there we go.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
No.
Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket.
The
To be
bucket.
trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
My bucket.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What? Wait, what? What? No, you can't do that to me. About to find out what? What did I do? To heaven? Are these buttons? Huh, they're buttons. Wait. Nope. There we go. How many lights are there? Oh, they're turning back on. Wait. What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What am I? What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What? I don't have the brain power for that one, sorry. Way too many buttons.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
I think he's had enough with me going into the same room over and over again.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Yes. Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Too bad.
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work
guns.
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid,
yes.
I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Of course.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
If that is
I
Russian,
think the
I do not
art
speak
world
Russian.
will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
this gets annoying very quickly. I feel like the baby's getting slightly faster and faster.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your
Ready for a Minecraft
perhaps
door
for some
sound?
sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Minecraft
Yes,
door.
that must
Here
be
we
it.
go.
What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Minecraft door. Wait, that's a bucket. Hold on. That's a bucket. It's a fire bucket. How do I get that fire bucket? I have no idea. Okay, anyway. That has to do something with it. Is someone still watching me? Who's watching me still? Max, is that you still?
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly,
okay.
block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
Yeah, I figured.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
You're one of the only people who really sticks around for a while.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find
A
another
lot of people
game.
just pop in real
Preferably
quick,
something
see
with
what I'm
walls.
doing, and pop
Something
out.
with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, yes.
Wonderful.
Rocket League.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable... Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm going where you cannot follow. Because I'm big brain.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
That's a hole in the floor. That's another hole, I think. I think no matter which way I go, I'm gonna fall in a hole. Yep. And I figured that was the case. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that I'm coming up on the end of all of this. I've gone through quite a few endings.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Bum, 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 bum.
Well, okay then. Alright, well, that is the end of the Stanley Parable. If you liked watching this, or you want to see me play more of this in the future, go ahead and leave a like and comment down below, letting me know. and if you like watching these live streams, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Other than that, have a nice day, and I'm out. Goodbye.